Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to the start of a stream. Day 21. Still less time than we played Star Citizen so far, and RimWorld. It's 28 days. The 28 days of this year. Is that how we do games now? Do we just go for a month and then drop it and never play it again? Four weeks. That's all I'll give any game. Doesn't matter what it is. Oh yeah. Getting groovy. Okay, what up? We back. This is not WMD chat. Have you not noticed that we play different video game soundtracks at the beginning of every stream for the last 2 years? Did you just assume that WMD was the most prolific artist of all time who has made hundreds, nay thousands potentially of different songs in their repertoire that somehow is largely unknown by you and the rest of gaming culture? Just that good, apparently. What's up, gamers? It's Game time. Hello. I'm back. I probably shouldn't be back, but I'm back. We need to do a little bit of a reset because I'm tired. So no 12-hour streams today, okay? That's not allowed. We got to get off this 12+ hour stream cycle because I keep finishing the stream at 3 a.m. And then I can't just lay down and go like, okay, stream's off, boop, and then just fall asleep. Like I know this may surprise you, but I do not just sleep in my chair in between streams. And then I just wake up and turn the stream back on. Like I just can't, I'm awake. And then click, oh, stream started. Hey guys, welcome back. I just meditate here until the next stream. Like an elf. What do you mean like an elf? What does that mean? What's up, Nova Raptor? Thank you for the 9-month sub. I appreciate the first sub of the day. And welcome back for one more. I've been waking up at 1 p.m. PST. Well, I woke up at 12:30, and then 12:45, and then 1, and then I finally got up at 1:15. So, I'm a little tired. And then I took a shower. Just keep streaming past 3 a.m. If I keep streaming long enough, then McDonald's will open and I can get breakfast. So I feel like that's not a bad idea. When was the last time that I had fast food breakfast? Here's the thing, fast food breakfast always sounds so good until you actually go get it. And then it's garbage. But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't, sometimes it's good. I don't know what the best fast food breakfast is. I think McDonald's isn't the best, but it's the most consistent. Like every biscuit breakfast sandwich that I've had pretty much tastes the same. Like the McMuffins always taste the same. They're not the best, but they're like probably they taste the same everywhere. I feel like some of the most inconsistent breakfast ones are actually like Chick-fil-A breakfast. Chick-fil-A breakfast has like the potential to be the best, but it just never is. It never rises up to that level. They have because the one that always sounds the best to me is like the chicken biscuit, obviously, or like the chicken minis. But they don't look like the picture at all. They're so sad. Them's fighting words is not fighting words. It's bad, man. They do not maintain the quality that they are known for their breakfast items. And heaven forbid there's a Chick-fil-A in an airport, because that's another like 2 degrees worse. Taco Bell breakfast, kind of a hit, I found out recently. Yeah, I need to try Taco Bell breakfast. Taco Bell's very hit or miss. It's very depending on the location. Sometimes you will hit a Taco Bell and the place is basically largely abandoned, and there's like a small animal inside who's preparing all of your food. And then other times it's like a Michelin star chef who makes the best tacos and gorditas and chalupas that you've ever tasted. I never get like a mid Taco Bell. It's always my order's either completely wrong or it's like, wow, that dude was cooking, and I don't know why. Like, why did he put so much effort into it? I don't understand. And it just varies wildly. I don't know what music this is or if we're allowed to listen to it. Okay, you might be. I think it's Omega Strikers. I don't know. Why don't we just listen to the sound of Factory instead? Just factory noises, no music. That's it. What's up, gamers? Hello, Brynjar Bjorn, Electroraptor, Jarek, Hummus, Gavstrav, Nataruk, Dazzler. What's up, guys? Thank you for inspiring me to do more exploration in Satisfactory. It's been a lot of fun finding secrets. Exploring is a big part of the game. And they did it right. Night XD, hello. What's up, Zarby, and the Dark, and the Floofening, and Scion Xenos. I am enjoying how much other people are enjoying this game. It's a great game. It is a great game where the sky is the limit. You can do so many different things in it. I would honestly, I think Satisfactory belongs in that echelon that No Man's Sky is currently regarded as. You know what I mean? Like the game where you can just get a game and know that you've got hundreds of hours ahead of you, basically. Not that this game sucked and then turned it around and became good. Not that. Just like No Man's Sky is like a game that's in that Minecraft genre of almost like a do anything, not quite a sandbox, but a sandbox nonetheless. Right? Like Satisfactory has goals, it has objectives, it has an end. So does No Man's Sky. But it's almost like it's not about that. It's not really like about seeing the credits in either game. Same for Minecraft. Like you can see the credits in Minecraft, but it's not, that's not the point. Have you streamed No Man's Sky? Yeah, we streamed No Man's Sky. We played it a bunch. Most of my No Man's Sky game times on stream, it's like we did at least 150 hours, maybe 200. No Man's Sky is good until I inevitably fall into the optimize everything trap. See, No Man's Sky for me is good until I realize to do what I want to do, I have to point my laser at resource nodes for hours. And I know that you can set up the auto miners and whatnot, and that's cool, but then when I'm just like, I'm just like, my brain falls asleep before I can get to the point where I set up stuff to automate that for me, dude. Like, if they just made the core mining, listen, this is why, hot take, terrain deformation stupid, bespoke hand-painted map with no terraforming good. Okay, I would pick Satisfactory's map over No Man's Sky's infinite worlds any day. Like, if I loaded into No Man's Sky right now, it would be the same world that I saw like 4 years ago, except this one has like orange palm trees. And like the giant worm is cool, but then when you see it again, you're like, oh, it's the worm. Yeah. Like there's like one novelty per planet archetype, and there's like 8 to 12 planet archetypes, and it's like, oh, it's the fairy dust one. Okay. Like there just needs to be 100 times more weird combinations of planet types that you can find, and it seems like that was not the focus in No Man's Sky. The focus in No Man's Sky is we should make 3,000 spaceships for you to collect. We're gonna make 5 spaceships for every single event in the game, and you just collect those like Pokemon, and that's it. That's like the maximum content. I don't get the obsession with like collecting all the different styles of spaceship in No Man's Sky, and that's like all the new content updates. Anyway, mini No Man's Sky rant aside. I felt the same way with Nook Miles Islands and Animal Crossing. Yeah. They had an opportunity there to, I don't know, add content to their game instead of discontinuing it after 2 updates and like a DLC and make money forever, but they chose not to. Presumably to focus on the mobile game, which is now closed. Presumably to focus on, there's probably an Animal Crossing being made right now for whatever the next Nintendo console is. Nintendo also just famously hates DLC unless, like, they'll do like 1 DLC per thing, and they're like, I'm done. Each Pokemon gets like 2 DLCs. I had another game in mind, and then I instantly Mario, like even the Mario games got like a DLC. It's Salsa Shark. It's Salsa Shark. What's up? I was doing like a game show puzzle solve. I'd like to solve the puzzle. It's Salsa Shark. Final answer. Thanks for the 3 months of sub. Appreciate the prime. Okay. Defter, you just reminded me that Mario Wonder exists. The 2 Nintendo games I need to play for fun in my own free time, which I don't have right now, is Mario Wonder and the new Zelda game. Like the one where you play as Zelda. That one. I need to play both of those games. And there's probably at least one more Nintendo game that I need to play. I need to play Astrobot on PlayStation also. I need to get my platformers in. But anyway, welcome back, gamers. I never noticed there are 3 different dudes on the intro screen. Yep. One pioneer here, one pioneer here, one pioneer here. Doggo, factory cart. There's also a purple slug and a friend who only appears up here sometimes. I actually just saw the video loop. Oh no, I never noticed that before. I never noticed that it's a video and it loops. I saw the break. My life is ruined. It's not seamless. Goodbye, drone. You're cool, but get out of here. I'm waiting for my friend to show up. Hold on. He's gonna appear right up here. Wait. Og. Any second now. Don't blink or you'll miss it. There he is. Looking around. Peeking at all the pioneers down there to see what they're in. Gone. An Easter egg. He's still in phase 3. He's still in phase 3. Hey chat, welcome to the finished factory. I finished it last night just like I said. It's all done. Wait a second, I just remembered something we didn't do. Classic. Classic. I bet he adds something else to it. Now we just have to do every other building in this world. And bring it up to the same standard of quality. We have to bring it up to the same standard of quality. Building 1. it is done. There's one little thing that I want to do that is not a big deal at all that I will show you shortly. But until then, welcome to our complete bio generator structure. By the way, we got the jetpack now. We unlocked the jetpack, and we also built the Explorer, which I've had unlocked for days, but we just never built it because I was missing motors, and now that I can craft motors. I also just noticed there's cool dice hanging above the cockpit there. Nice. But welcome, everyone. We'll probably do multiple tours of this because people will come in and be like, oh, you finished it? So you're here for the beginning of stream tour. We're gonna have to schedule tours so that we can have a rotation and bring people in as necessary. There is like one little thing I want to try doing to this that I don't know if it's even possible, but we'll see. Welcome to Biogen Bastion. Biogen Bastion is the last bastion of multiple things, potentially, but especially solid biofuel, as every chatter comes in and says, why are you using solid biofuel? And we have to explain it half a dozen times per stream. But all you do is you plug in your leaves, your wood, or your mycelia here into this biological material deposit receptacle, and it will do the rest. Everything else, you can just turn around, leave, be done. The fuel will be converted into solid biofuel at a great return on investment, making 4 times as much solid biofuel as what you would if you handcrafted it yourself. Highly efficient. We got the staff lounge in case you come in and you need to put something in some storage. We could stock these with some basic resources even. We've also got a nice little equipment workshop, a crafting bench in the corner, and a MAM, so we could just kind of operate out of here if we wanted to, you know. I wanted to have this like accessible from the front, so you could just run in here and use any of these structures if you happen to be close. So this is like the staff lounge. Did the textures load today? The textures did not load today. I don't know why, but sometimes they don't load. And then heading up the stairs, we've got a little display. This was the last thing we worked on last night. We have a little display of the solid biofuel fueling the factory. And then through here we have the slug exhibit and the hypertube terminal. Also a small gift shop for those who might be visiting from afar. The hypertube terminal can take you quickly through the base to 3 different points of interest in this factory, as well as maybe we shouldn't allow visitors to the master power switch. We should put like a warning sign here that just says like, keep out. You shouldn't be able to go to the gift shop and then just, here's the master power switch, by the way. What does this button do? This wasn't really supposed to be, this was supposed to originally be the manager's office, and we converted it into a couple different things because we needed to fill, this was the last room that we needed to fill. And then over here, of course, we have the Power Slug exhibit and display, where there are 3 power slugs back there in their natural habitat. Please do not tap the glass. It will disturb the power slugs. You can see them at rest back there and learn a little bit about power slugs. Power slugs In recent months, the power slug population has seen its numbers in rapid decline. The advent of new developments in the field of alien research (parentheses, summer sloop technology) has led to the designation of power slugs as an endangered species. This exhibit may be the last reserve of slugs worldwide. Thumbs down, power shards. Preserve power slugs. This is a government required display because we are going to overclock the hell out of those biofuel generators later. Now, moving on to the rest of the factory. Please save all questions for after the tour is over. Thank you. We have a, this is supposed to be a picture of a lizard doggo, but I don't, why won't the JPEGs render? Watch out for our automated factory patrol cart. Hard at work, making sure that everything is in top order. Days since the last outage. There's been 1 day, but we have the potential for thousands. To the left, a viewing platform where you can get some fresh air and look out over the rest of the factory. Bringing you back inside, we have generator observation, where you can walk in front of the glass and look out over the fields of generators on the other side. Or if you're staff and you need to service the constructors, you can do so from above, or head down into their little pen and get hands-on with them. So moving down the observation glass, we can see the factory at work. And then, of course, in the rear, we have this industrial storage container set for raw material overflow, as well as solid biofuel overflow, and a dimensional depot that lets us have access to stacks of solid biofuel from anywhere on the map, stacked on top. We also have some hypertubes connecting throughout the base for fast travel if necessary. We got roof access in the rear behind the industrial storage, so that you can take some switchback stairs and quickly get to the roof on either of the roof's levels from this side, or the split level that goes up another to the top. Next, we head back into the storage area into generator service, where we have light control for this facility and an access point to the maintenance floor. Here we got some catwalks to do some inspections of each of the biomass generators without risking any of your limbs, which might get crunched up and turned into biomass if you don't use proper safety precautions. So following the catwalk down a little further, we head to the terrace, which is a back patio, adjacent to the rear of the facility, and we hope to one day maybe connect this up to Big Iron once we do a renovation on Big Iron, possibly to have some hypertube connectivity over there. And then who knows, maybe we'll have a highway going through here that you can look out over. Now get back to work. This is the observation deck for the outside of the factory. Just stay on this side of the divide and you'll be safe. And then as we head toward the making a complete loop, we have another logistics floor area to get down for maintenance if necessary. A warning to keep visitors away, and also a mysterious orb that might be hooked in to the base itself. And we have made the complete loop. There he comes. That's what the little side ramps are for. Running his little loops, doing his inspection. And then, I guess last but not least, the hypertubes. If you need fast travel, if you run in here from the entrance, head into the hypertube terminal. And if you needed to check your storage real quick to see how much you have left in solid biofuel, then you can quickly check that out. Tube. If I go straight down here, do you think I'm gonna take damage? We'll see. And if you need to go to the rear terrace quickly, possibly to fast travel toward Big Iron, then this runs around the back of the building. It takes you out to the rear terrace or back to the hub. And then finally, we have one more fast travel tube. This is the one that hurts. We couldn't figure out how to stop this one from hurting unless you like... It picks up too much speed, so you do take 1 damage. So we didn't figure out how to soften that blow. And the last one is logistics floor, west side. So you can head through the hypertube. Takes you through the heart of the base. Crazy camera. And then down below into the logistics floor. So this is the underbelly of our base and where all the magic happens. We've got labels where all of our resources go, and we tried to add some lights down here to mixed results. This is where the raw materials come in at about 270 resources per minute on Mark III belts. They follow this line all the way around, and they go into overflow storage. We have storage for mycelia, we have storage for leaves, and we have storage for wood. Then they come out the other side and go to their respective constructors, where we take 15 mycelia per minute, 60 wood per minute, and 120 leaves per minute. So to get 120 leaves per minute, we actually need to upgrade this conveyor. We were going to do conveyor upgrades at the end. So we just need to make sure the conveyors are the correct speed. And then we have leaf output, wood output, mycelia output, and then those go onto a merger, and 120 per minute in becomes solid biofuel, and then it is spat out on this side. Follows the conveyor over to the overflow storage, so that's where we store our solid biofuel, and then pops out and feeds the manifolds to power the base. Now, if you want to exit, simply look for a sign and it will point you to the nearest exit. If you want to take the hypertube terminal exit, you can do that. Alternatively, there is a manual exit back to the logistics floor. And if you continue following the signs, it will take you up and out back to the catwalks. You're doing great, little guy. I'm sorry for observing you. I'm sorry for watching. I know I shouldn't have. Okay. Yep. That was just a bad take. Bad run. And that is the tour. We're back to the beginning. And then eventually this will be a connection point from another place to get into the Hypertube hub. Presumably. All right, now I can read chat. Hi, chat. I'm gonna scroll up. What's up there, Tizo? This room looks so cool. Great work on this. Thanks, The Dark. Chat, how did Italics get the color presets? Is this something imported or made by hand? The color presets? You just hit X. Or, when you're in the builder, you may have noticed there's a customizer tab here. You just switch to that tab if you don't like hotkeys. And then you scroll down and you have all these color presets. Unless I'm misunderstanding your question, Moonshadow. You have to be careful when using these though, because I used this swatch. So if I ever change this swatch, my entire factory will change colors as well. You cannot title them or rename them, and you cannot add more. So you're stuck with these. Now, the downside is that you are stuck with 18 swatches that you have to remember what you use them for. The upside is the custom swatch we learned yesterday can be used. You only get one custom swatch, but you can use this independently of accidentally changing the colors later. So whatever I paint with this will never be changed unless I paint over it again. But that requires you to remember the exact color combos that you used, or else you're gonna forget. I love labeling everything with signs. Me too. Does the factory break if you put in solid biofuel from the start? Are you asking me, does the factory break if you walk in, ignore the signs, and just put something that the factory itself is designed to craft into the entrance? Yes, of course it breaks. Duh. It makes the solid biofuel so that you don't have to. So the only way that you will ever get solid biofuel is if you stupidly handcraft it instead of letting this factory 4x it for you and then throw it into the front that you specifically designed to accept the raw materials. Of course it'll break. With how cursed the roof was at the start, this is now the most decorated and finished factory. By far, yes. And it's not close. Splibbo, glad you enjoyed the tour. Yeah, I like the color scheme too. I missed the tour, do it again please. Mr. Super Smiley, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Not even a tier 3 sub can buy you another tour right now. But thank you for the 5 subs in 1. and welcome back. Much appreciated. Are we DirectX 12? No. This is day 21 of complaining about being stuck on DirectX 11 for 1.0 because DirectX 12 crashes my game anytime it loads. The devs don't know what's wrong. They're never going to be able to fix it because they said they don't know why it's crashing or how to fix it. None of the workarounds work. Update 8 worked flawlessly for me. I'm stuck on 1.0 DirectX 11 and there's no end in sight. My only prayer is that they do another update that randomly unbreaks it because Unreal Engine contractually obligated them to add some weird Unreal Engine feature into their game. And then it works again. Okay, I'm scrolling down. Chat wants to stay in this factory for another stream. I can arrange that. I can definitely arrange that. Don't tempt him. I love the little cart. Once he makes the DX11 command, he needs to follow it up with a Vulkan command. It's mentioned every time. Correct. It is mentioned every time. I thought I saw a Discord post saying this building was complete. Was I lied to? Sure, it's complete, but do games ever launch DLCs after they hit 1.0? Do they ever do hot fixes or updates when they're done? Checkmate. Or do they just stop forever and never ever touch it again? Once game is released, never touched again. Chat. I like that. What do you think? Bad? Good? I mean, that's the master power switch. There's no way to block this off. I guess the good news is there's a foundation behind this. That doesn't make any sense. A glass wall with sign to break glass in case of emergency. I don't want a door because I like being able to look at it, and there won't be any way to make it make sense. Because you'd have to do like... You'd have to do this, and then up higher, and then it just gets really ugly. I feel like just leave it there. Is this the No Days Off streamer? It is. You can't really cage it, can you? Not easily. Not without it looking kind of stupid. Because, like, how do you get to it? You have to be able to get to it. You could do like that. And just have like a mini... Even the 2-meter sign's too big. 1 meter square sign is freaking big too. And the 0.5 meter is like, you can't, I don't think you can even write on this one. It's also upside down, classic. Yeah, it's just gonna look stupid. Like 2 meters is almost small enough. Hello, Nanamaki, what's up? Why are you guys writing upside down? How'd you do that? Like, how stupid does this look? Okay, aside from the fact that it's upside down. My only problem is I feel like this distracts from the actual signs that I want you to read. You know what I'm saying? But then this looks equally weird. Yeah, it's a little busy. I feel like you don't need a staff-only sign there. I wish that there was a square graphic that said that. It's pretty much just this one, which doesn't really... Like, this is the only actual warning sign. You could do an electricity one. Maybe like a 0.5. Yeah. And then do... midnight green. What is the second color for? And then Xanthus. Xanthus. Okay, what if we made this yellow, then this green, that kind of matches. I don't know if we need this and this. Maybe just one of those. It is floating. Hold on. Yeah, it's big time floating. Something like that, probably. The little floor sign. Yeah, it's a little floor sign. I wish they had little podiums that stuck out from the side. All right, that's fine. Now, there's really only one thing that I just noticed a few seconds ago. And that I had meant to, I keep forgetting to have the jetpack, that I meant to fix, that I don't know how to fix. And it's this. I guess it doesn't matter. Does that matter? It doesn't, but it does. Is there just like a small architectural piece, like a foundation piece? Like they're all gonna stick out. They're all the inverted ones are just gonna stick out. I think it has to be an inverted down corner, not an inverted up corner. Okay, but if it's 4 meters, then it'll stick out there, so maybe a 2 meter. I don't know, it still looks wrong. Simply move the factory 1 meter back. I mean, I think that's the only piece that'll actually do anything there. I don't think there's another one, right? Maybe the black square that was at the end of the beams. just shove a beam. It's like making it into a pimple. Yeah, I thought about going all the way down the cliffside, but I think that just attracts the wrong... Replace the culprit to a 2 meter foundation and then add the inverted under it. Probably, yeah. Because, yeah, if you do this, this just looks like... It sort of dominates the view in a bad way. I just found a lizard doggo and named him Metallics. You think I'm some kind of lizard doggo? Metallics, I just had a baby in real life and named him after you. My baby's name is Italics. No one will make fun of him in school. Jetpack, so cool, man. Ah, all right, yeah, so if you take away the 4 meter foundation, I just need to make sure that I can rebuild it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm worried that I'm not gonna be able to put it back, I think. There we go. All right, so if you just add a support block there. And then you try a 2 meter. You could even do a 2 meter into a 1 meter and then try the inverted down corner at 4. And I think that's it. Like that's about as good as it can get as far as like at least angling back down. Alternatively, you could delete the 1 meter. That probably looks better. But it has a different shape from all the other ones. Fix all the other ones because that looks cool. It's a little distracting. The bespoke pillar. I don't really want to fix all the other ones. So we moved the whole factory because of that one pillar. Okay, look, I'll try it. Having the jetpack, by the way, it doesn't give you unlimited boost. If you look on the bottom left of the screen on the jetpack icon, you only get as much boost as you have orange bar. And then when you run out, you have to land. Or fall. And then it recharges once you're on the ground. So it's not an unlimited booster, which I think is a pretty cool way to do it. All because of one chatter. This is all because of one... Oops. Uh-oh. Look what you did. Look what you did, chatter. Look what you did. Look at the Z fighting you created. It was literally the second to last one. Probably the same spot. And any Z fighting back here is just how it has to be. Though I honestly don't remember the Z fighting. Is it possible that 2-meter foundations have bad Z fighting compared to 4-meter foundations? Or are they just all bad? I don't remember it doing this before. Captain, all due respect, we've been working on this single factory for 50 hours, okay? So, I think I know more about the expectations of Z fighting in this factory than you. Because I have been staring at it for over 4 straight days. Painstakingly poring over every detail. The only way to stop the Z fighting, the only way in this save, is to delete the affected blocks, rebuild them. Then, when you reload the save, it will continue Z fighting. You will have to rebuild the blocks every time you reload the save if you want to stop the Z fighting. You have to delete all affected blocks and then rebuild them. That's it. Okay, let's and it doesn't matter because it'll just come back. So it's not worth caring about. You just have to get over it. Okay, we got one more 2 meter. What's up, Overtly Esoteric? Welcome back. One chatter made me do this. And now I am beholden. Almost done, though. Okay. And then the wall. And then now that we have painted all the blocks, most of the Z fighting has gone back to normal, with just a couple small exceptions, which aren't going to be a big deal. I think that's painted. Yeah, it is. Okay. Done. And done. And done. One chatter to troll them all. Wait, I just noticed he has a jetpack. Yeah, we just got it. Falkers, thank you for the 62 months. Is this a streamer who actually finishes factories? Yeah, it's done now. Wait, I just thought of something else. What a strange axis that's on. I think we determined it's not possible to fill in the little M unless you do this. Which I don't like. I like it with the little break in it. However, if we decided we didn't, you told us you were finished, you lied. I was finished, and now I'm not. It's called a hotfix. When the devs released Satisfactory 1.0 and they're like, we finished it, it's done, and then they hotfixed it afterward, you didn't go, you lied, you said you were done. And I go, there was a bug. I didn't see the bug. It wasn't reported. You gotta be more thorough. This is just a hotfix for the factory. They're still working on new content. They are still working on new content. You're absolutely right. Better or worse? Better, for sure. But now it looks like a V. But I don't mind. Cool M. Enough space to add them at the bottom intersections? There's no right angle there. How are the Knights gonna do this season? I'm gonna be honest with you, I just have the cup. I have no idea. FGDB. Fake fan. I'm a fake fan. I do live here, though. Enjoy the A's. I'll enjoy them more than the White Sox. So it could be worse. Whoa, I just noticed. Why does the 2 meter... Devs need to fix this immediately. Did you see this? The 2 meter sign has a slightly larger size than the other signs. Do you see that? Do you see how there's like a break? Yeah, it's like 1 millimeter bigger outwards. What? That's so weird. Refund after 1,000 hours. Can we get a tour of this thing? We sure can. Wait, we already did. We did like a whole 25-minute tour. Nyla, you just weren't here, bro. That's how we started the stream, man. You gotta watch the VOD now, or wait till the next one later. But we can't just do tours on cycles every 15 minutes. But welcome back. But yeah, we literally just finished that, doing that exact thing, in depth. Wait, why are they all wider? What? They are. The 4 meters are 1 millimeter thinner than the rest. Are you kidding me? It's the 4 meter ones that are wrong. Next time I gotta stop work earlier. I mean, if you're not working at the factory, then you're not really working. So you gotta punch the clock, bro. Yeah, the borders of the 4 meters are thinner. So the only solution is to make the whole thing out of 3 meters and 2 meters. I told you, we're finding bugs. Oh my god, dude. How high up was it? Ruined. Start over. It was like up to there. That is really funny though, that they're like actually wrong. Okay, I know that's more total pieces, but it should be the same height as the ones on the left. Pain. Okay, is that the same? Or is the one on the left higher? I feel like the one on the left is higher. Or am I losing my mind? Are they the same? Looks the same. Is it possible that the pillar on the left is higher? No way, right? Okay, let me get an example. Don't mind the picture. Use this as a ruler. Okay. Is it my perspective that's wrong? I'm looking right at the middle. Do you see how the right one has like another couple pixels? I'm standing dead center. Okay, look, I'm standing dead center, right? Looking at the middle. Okay, it's the same. I'm losing my mind. Can't you just place something across? Yeah, I guess I could. Just who? Okay. Anyway, where was I? Oh no. Okay. We're not done. Unless these are all 4 meters. Because then you won't be able to tell. That one's a 3 meter. God, why? It's okay, I can fix it. I'll just turn these into 4 meter ones. I think we're at the less is more stage. The phrase less is more is propaganda made up by people who are too lazy to fix things they know are wrong. You can spend 2 minutes fixing something, or you can spend 2 minutes complaining about it, you know? Or you can just get it done. And it is. What's up, Slang Society? Not Ethan, I'm glad you realize... What the hell is this? Scuzzer, what is this paragraph of Chat GPT copy pasta? Luckily, I have text-to-speech disabled. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, though. And welcome back. Okay, it has been perfected. This thing's handling is questionable. If you hold spacebar, it turns like on it. It turns like so hard that the handbrake is sort of useless. I feel like it used to drift more. Now it just like spins out. Did this used to drive differently than it does now, or am I crazy? I know I've asked am I crazy like 3 times so far today, but this feels like... I feel like I'm always on the verge of flipping over and I can't turn. Yeah, I feel like the turning radius is like I'm holding right and I can't turn. There we go, until I come to a stop. Oh yes, my anti-radhog light. Classic. And guess what? It's working. There's nobody here. It drives okay on sand. Although, this thing is made for sand dunes. Unlike the grass and a little bit of rock, not as good. I actually like driving the tractor a little bit more, but I'm gonna try and get used to this. Maybe it's a skill issue. Or maybe I just need concrete. Which is an Explorer, it shouldn't need concrete, probably. I'm outside, man. Come on. Those are like angry horns. Like the one short, one long. That's an angry horn. This is the I've given up horn. That's the I'm about to get out and break somebody's window horn. This is like the light just turned green 1.5 seconds ago horn. This is the I'm outside to pick you up horn. Or the... This is the I am a villain who's pretending to be a family member who's actually looking to infiltrate your house and or get you to sign something on my clipboard. Like, no one actually does that who I care about, you know what I mean? That's the #1 giveaway that you're up to no good. Nefarious knock or horn. Secret knock that I don't trust. Chap, when do we want to rebuild this entire road? Oh, I did not know there was a huge gap right there. We could have just fallen to our doom. Where does this even go? Careful, easy. Bonk. Excuse me. Have we looted this? Did I just stumble upon a hard drive? Or have we looted this already? Sorry about that, little guy. Oh, well, would you look at that? Some accidental exploration. There's just a hard drive in there, some rods, some wires, some rotors, some screws, some reinforced iron plates, and some concrete. Kind of basic loot. But hey, I'll take the hard drive. Absolutely. Power slugs around here. There's a summer sloop that's nearby, and a Mercer sphere. Dude, this is toward the green grass zone. The first starter zone. It's toward it. Where are you going? We snooping for sloopins? Yeah. You know, you hop inside the Explorer vehicle and next thing you know, you're right on top of a summer sloop.
Time for a new melody?
Yes, actually, this might be a strange question, but it could give me invaluable insight. What, according to you, is the shape of our universe?
It is a donut within a void within a donut within a void within a donut within the shallows, which is a ball of string wrapped around itself to contain the infinite deep within the inside-out string, with windows and doors and a limitless body subdividing to the one resonance.
I should have waited with this question.
That way. Colin, thanks for gifting a sub to Scuzzer TTV, and also Scuzzer, thank you for gifting a sub to Colin. Aren't you guys so nice to each other? Why buy a sub for yourself when you could buy one for each other? It's more fun that way. But thanks for supporting the stream, and thanks for chilling and hanging out. But yeah, you know, we drove out here, stumbled upon... Oh. Stealth. Dude was just hanging out down here inside the bushes. You know what? I'm suddenly really hungry for donuts. Anybody else? But yeah, why not do a little exploration, find a cool spot? This is a cool spot. Another little oasis. Time to build another factory here. Scream.
Compose it into a blood song.
Didn't really mean to come out here and start exploring, but hey. Who did that? Oh! Oh, what's up, little dude? I heard you, but I didn't see you. Whoops. I gotta purge the map of all these little temporary deposits. I can go for a burger? What about a burger and a donut? I'm pretty sure there's places in Vegas that actually sell donut burgers. I have heard of them. Never been to them though. Combined. Is it up there? Dude, you think about how much easier it's gonna be for us to do exploration now with the jetpack. Just gotta find a ledge. Oh, hi, little slug. Not what I expected to find up here. We are on an edge of the map for sure. And it looks like there's some coal up there. Very interesting. Excuse me, just passing through. Don't mind me. There's a Mercer down below. Ow. Or is it? Yeah, no, it's over here. Is it inside this rock? Chill, little man. Okay, if I go down there, am I gonna be able to get up? Hi, sorry for being late. Apology accepted. Chat, why did I go down here? I'm surprised Alex hasn't made a Dongo Lizard pin yet, or has he? First of all, why would you just randomly say that? It's like a disguised... It's like a poorly disguised backseat comment, number one. Number two, it assumes that there's some kind of meta to play Satisfactory. Number three, based on number two, it would not be surprising at all that I hadn't done that. If you know anything about me. Speaking of, there's one right there. A pen for animals. Yes, KJ. Yes. For animals. Hello, chat. I am here. I am surprised that streamer is not doing thing that I see other streamers doing. When can anyone confirm when will this thing be done? That I am just randomly talking about with no impetus or catalyst for my conversation, please. Okay, I need to get... It's just up here, isn't it? I hear it. It's gotta be just below this. Sorry, trees. I guess I can mark Lizard Doggo's spot on the map for the future. Though I'm probably never gonna do that. This one's right... right there. I hear it. So there has to be a cave. Somewhere. Ain't no way it's over here, though. God, the jetpack is about to save my bacon, man. Oh. Maybe we got something. Maybe we found... Ooh. I can't aim when it's climbing over the rocks. Get over here! Where are you going? Oops. Who is aggroed? Are they aggroing through the rocks? Spooky. Constricted cave. Narrow passage. Thought I didn't see you over there hiding. I did. There's the Mercer sphere. Reminds me of the forest. Oh yeah! The forest! We haven't had a forest rant in a while. Dude, the second game pissed me off so much I never even went back when it was done. That first alpha release. Did anyone ever go back to Sons of the Forest when it released or whatever? And did it again? Like, tried it again? Go off. My friend loves that game, and I think it's dumb. With that AI guy following you around, yeah, it was funny for a little while. I did, and I wrote a nasty review because the AI was horrible. Same, played it as soon as it was in EA, then never again. Okay, so... Can anyone then explain, based on that immediate reaction, why, if I go to the Steam page for it, it has very positive reviews, 86% positive, with 183,000 reviews. Okay, we got one first-time chatter, Dr. Pappy, who enjoyed it a lot. Great game. So we found one of the devs. Now can we explain the other 183,000 positive reviews based on that negative reaction from chat? One single chatter, and they're a first-time chatter, liked it. Maybe it was fun in multiplayer, no idea. 183,000 reviews is also, look at all these blue dudes. Smurf Cave. I play, oh! That'll teach you to look at chat inside of a scary cave. Gah. I played early access and then on release, and it didn't really capture the same feel as the first, but I can't explain why. Yeah, this is a nice slug cave. Because those blue slugs, they might be the most common, but they're a lot. Especially if you summer sloop. Which of course we will. I found this cave early and was like, yo! Yeah, the slug caves are fun. We'll definitely be using a bunch of these, to be honest. I jumped too, yeah, it's scary, man. Corridors down here. I don't know. I don't think there's anything more damning for a game than complete indifference. Like the fact that I own it. Okay, that was the only way to get it. The fact that I own it and just decided to never go back for 1.0 is just like, it just feels like money wasted, not because I didn't go back and play it, but just because I don't want to. Like, at least with Starfield, I finished the game in its quote-unquote done state and then hated it passionately, right? I felt something. I think the Forest 2 was just disappointment for me. And then just like a why. Did I miss one? Or is there just another slug on the surface? I'm gonna say there's just another slug on the surface here. I still hate Starfield. I do too. I will probably never give the DLC a chance, but I was curious, so I clicked on a stream last night after my 12-hour marathon while I was winding down, and I tried to watch somebody else who was doing presumably a sponsored stream, I think it was, of the Starfield DLC. And I was like, you know what? I've heard that the DLC is good. I've heard that they really tried, and I heard that it has some like nice, beautiful locations and whatnot. And when I tuned in, they were in this conversation that was just endless exposition. And it was apparently so boring. They were in a sponsored stream and they were like half paying attention. And I noticed that there was a pattern with all of the dialogue responses. They would always pick the topmost dialogue, because guess what? The topmost dialogue should be the one in RPGs that fast forwards you through all the exposition, right? So like they never picked any of the question dialogue. It was just like trying to pick just the topmost one. And I assumed to get to the gameplay, but trying to be patient because it was a sponsored stream. And it just, the conversation just never ended. And it was like the entire lore dump of the entire DLC. Here are all 3+ of the faction houses, what their aims are, what their goals are. Here's the main quest and why everyone in these clans will listen to you, the main character, who is sent here with a once in a millennia opportunity after hearing some kind of voice or something that no one else has ever heard in anyone's lifetime. And it just kept going on and on and on. And they were just picking the top dialogue option. And it was still just like, I went into it without malice in my heart. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna give this DLC a chance to just show me if it's different from the first game. And then after like 3 separate lengthy dialogue, multi-paragraph, just explanations to the main character and the player what you're even doing for setup, I literally was paying 100% attention and I lost track in the conversation of what was going on. Because the main character would just be like, I don't know if I can do this. And then the other character would launch into a 5 straight minute random rant about stuff, and you're supposed to keep track of all of it. There was so much yap in Starfield, it made all the fetch quests so painfully bland and irrelevant. Yeah, it's just like no editing whatsoever. And it sucks because when they finally got to walk around and explore, the area did look cool. Like, it really looked like artistically, it was a little much with like the huge red and blue, like space backgrounds. But I think that they genuinely, like the hub area that you start in was like actually kind of cool looking. And it's a shame that it's just kind of like marred by it made me visibly angry while I was listening to the conversation of the NPCs, because it's just like you didn't need to throw this much out of the gates where you're just kneecapping any kind of flow that you have narratively and letting the player kind of walk and talk. And then it was so bad that when they were finally out of the conversation, they got to enter the complex, presumably for the first time. I don't know, I didn't see the whole stream. And it's like, I guess, the hub of the DLC. And there was a bunch of other characters having their own one-on-one convos that you're supposed to, as the player, kind of listen in and hear them and then investigate, right? Like 2 characters arguing and you kind of step in and then they go, oh, hello, maybe you can help us. Here's a side quest. And I think that the streamer was so exhausted from the dialogue of like whatever the main quest was, that, by the way, was hilariously giving them quest rewards during the dialogue, because it was just like they were still, the NPC was still yapping while they were like 12,000 credits, XP for this quest, here's 3 new main quests, main quest complete. It's like ding 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 ding, and so like all that stuff's going on the side while the other main AI dude is still talking to you about the main quest. And it's just like, I am being overloaded, and I think they felt overloaded too, because as soon as they were done, they just wanted to walk around and be like, oh, that looks awesome. Ooh, that looks cool. And they just walked past all the other characters that were in the compound on purpose, because you don't want to just finish that and then immediately walk inside and then hear two other characters who are trying to lure you into a side quest and then be like, okay, I will now listen to the next 3-paragraph short story about what these guys are up to and just go like ping pong from one set of characters to the next to just collect all the side quests. It's like there has to be a better way to deliver that content to the player. There has to. Anyway, now I'm yapping. But I'm supposed to. There's only one person who can talk on this stream, and it's me. And Evil Etal sometimes. But basically never. Only yesterday. Power Soak? It was just like a full bar. Okay, we're not getting any readings. Let's go back to the Explorer then. Oh, hey. There's a slug. Yes. Okay. Hi, chat. I downloaded the DLC because I was dumb enough to buy the premium at launch, and I'm waiting at least until next year to actually play it again. I was mad about the DLC being half the price as the full game. Is it like 30 bucks, 40 bucks? How many New Game Plus things did you do? And as soon as I got to New Game Plus, I never played it again. Because the end of Starfield was just the worst. And then when I saw what New Game Plus was, when all the, like, copium fanboys were like, you don't understand, the real game doesn't start until after you finish the game. I was like, okay, weird, so I'm gonna finish it myself to find out, and it was just so stupid. But, yeah, no. Starfield's the kind of game that I just feel sorry. Because you know that there's a few people out there who only get like 1 or 2 games a year and they got Starfield for Christmas. And they were just stuck with it. You know what I mean? Like, that was it. You better make do. And it's just like corrupting their expectations for future games. Flirting with Barrett by asking about his dead spouse. Bro, I have tried to forget some of these things that chat is reminding me of. Those Starfield struggle streams were something. Yeah, the streams themselves were fun because it was just like unbelievable to me as we were playing it. I'm glad we finished it though. That way I can be a proper, like, I finished the game hater. Another lizard dog go here? But yeah, now I can be a certified hater. Because they can't, no one can tell me that I didn't enjoy it because I wanted to specifically prevent the ability of anybody to say you didn't enjoy it because you didn't get to the good part. Because that's what people were saying on launch. And I was like, there's no way that that's true. And now I'm going to finish the game to prove that there was no good part. Pure spite. Okay, so there is a Mercer that way. Northeast? Okay. Jetpack exploring is pretty fun. But I'm the kind of person that would not have enjoyed jetpack exploring if I, like, rushed to it. I like that I got to explore in all the different phases of mobility in the game. Because it makes me appreciate the upgrade when I do get it. This looks cool. This is just like a nice, spooky visual. And then it's gone. Hope you enjoyed it. Because I am gonna delete it. Rip giant mushroom. You. And you. And then you. You. Whoops. Uh-oh. Oh, you bastards. One's jumping, I think. Yeah. Got one of you on the nose. Like fish in a barrel. All right, I only got 12 more of these. I gotta, listen, I'm on a vendetta. If I see poison, I destroy poison. Oops. How did that even miss? Those are rules. If I see poison, I destroy poison. The end. Ow. Ow. Also, I just love Nobelisks, and I think they're one of the coolest items in the game. Oh man, what is going on down here, boys? Shit! Jump scare! They found me! Stop it! Get out of those bushes. All right, let's make sure we don't die. That would be really embarrassing. That spooked me. Somebody make a spider jump scare montage. You could. There's probably enough content for that for sure. I hear you. Where are you guys coming from, though? Molt. Oh. Combat's really good. Combat's really good. Now that you got the jump pack, you can thread the jump pack into it as well. Which is pretty sick. We can also put some stuff up if we want. And by up, I mean upload. Put some stators in there. Dimensional uploader. Give me extra inventory space. What do we got down here? Oh, well, well, well. Look at that.
Look through the window and witness a thread.
I think we deserve some cool exploration gameplay after spending so much time in the factory. You know, get out, stretch our legs, see a little bit of sun, gather some resources. Find some goodies. Get rid of temporary ore nodes. I don't think I'm gonna make a factory in there, no. Don't think we are. And then there was the other spot, like right next to it, that we had been looking at a second ago. By the way, Socks on the Lawn, thanks for 23 months, almost 2 years, dude. I appreciate the resub. Welcome back for another one. Don't worry, we're gonna start doing some building today too. Or at least some planning for building. I see you. I'll be taking this. Yeah, we're gonna need to do some ammo restocking in the not too distant future. A plan for making a plan. Okay, if you keep searching for slugs, you'll be searching forever. What are you? Ooh! Gotcha! Where did you even come from, man? You're like 10 feet in front of my car. That's why I gotta restock on these too. Did you guys? Oh, there's a slug right there. Oh my. Ow. Bastard. That's why there were so many. There was a second one that I didn't know about. That makes more sense. Okay. Slug captured. Mercer Sphere exists, but isn't even close. Not even close. Hello, space elevator. We're on our way back right now. Oh, I'm out of fuel. Whoops. Didn't get very far, did we? But yeah, I love that the map is so big that it necessitates vehicles. It doesn't necessitate them, but it's way better if you have them for, like, not just faster travel, but also invulnerability. All right, how do I get out of here? Did we ever go explore this cave? Wait, is this the cave? Hold on. Did we explore this? Hold on. Is this the cave I was looking for like a while ago? I use hypertube cannons. Yeah, but how did you build it? You had to go there the first time, didn't you? Or do you just yeet yourself in a random ass direction and like, well, I guess I'm building here. This is where I live now. You had to figure out where you wanted to go the first time, so how'd you get there? Anyways, Factorio and Satisfactory players have a constant issue of one-upsmanship. It's a problem. But yes, the map is awesome to explore, you're right. Yeah, well, I built 2 vehicles. And I would straddle them like Mad Max Fury Road, like my steeds. It would be a chariot. I will do 2 tractors pulling a train, and I will ride on top of the train. Did somebody say biofuel? Am I full? Almost. I'm just gonna pick all this up because I want it. Because I want it. I think that there's a slug in here, though. Be nice if there's something else, too, but I'll take whatever there is. I wish the launch pads were a little more practical. The only thing that the launch pads need to be more useful is a power slider where you can like determine how much they boost. Because if you could make them do like double their current boost or something, they would actually be pretty useful. The biggest problem with them is that you need too many of them. The jump pads should be able to start where they currently go and then double their power, at least. Because they just don't launch you far enough in any direction. Because they are really fun. But it's like, they should be able to, if you have a building specifically designed to make you jump, I shouldn't be able to get that high by just slide jumping. Oh, it's okay. I'm underestimating it, but yeah, if you use summer sloops, that'd be such like a waste of summer sloops, but it would be funny. Summer sloops to 4x the distance. It would be funny though. Hello, factory. I'm home. One day I'll be able to destroy those stinky strawberries as well. Maybe that'll be patched. Copium. We're just gonna wait on designing Big Iron until you can destroy them or someone makes a mod. Okay. Chill, dude. You just ran over that berry bush. It's never gonna grow back, ever. Bunch of random stuff in here. Bunch of random stuff. Bunch of random stuff in my inventory. I don't want to do inventory org. You guys organize my inventory. I never seen someone build in this biome. It's super cool. Hey, what's up, Hip Hop Anonymous? It has been fun. Been a fun challenge. Can you shoot yourself at a jump pad with a hypertube cannon? Yeah, but it won't maintain your velocity. Jump pads reset your velocity. Make a factory that organizes stuff. I might have to. Well, I can make this easier. I can get rid of raw ingredients for now. Where did I put the rest of my hard drives? I swear we had more. Slug. I might want to save a little bit of mycelia. Just in case. We got rogue biomass in here. Don't know why. Animal bits. Leaves. Okay. Now, let's empty these boxes, because they're kind of here for no reason. Do we really need all these beams? No. We make those all day. We have boxes full of them, and we have an automatic uploader, so we're just never going to use those. There you go, bop bop. Take some frames. Upload some encased. Maybe upload. Oh, those are full? Okay. Yeah, looks good. We're gonna need to get some more silica. And then we need to craft ammo. Why don't I just do that now? Let's make some nutritional inhalers. Whenever possible. I like the inhalers. I don't like the animation on them, but, you know, full healing is nice. I don't know if I need to put all 40 right here. Maybe we stash some of them in case I die and need some health. Boom. Chat. Where did they go? There's 20. Oh, I see them. They blended in. What next? Okay, we need to make more rebar. And stun rebar. You finished your first factory, but what about second factory? As much as I knew the map was huge, it really set in with my train loop, loosely following the border. It took like 10 minutes to get around. It big. It is big. Yeah, we don't want to run out of stun rebar. Shatter rebar sucks, though. So, skip that. We need to make some nobelisks. I usually like to carry around 50 stun rebar at a time. That way, I don't have to kind of go back and rebuild every so often. Stun rebar is goated. Never leave home without it. Okay, we might have black powder. No, I have 6 nobelisks. And we have some sulfur. We have a sulfur uploader. Yeah, and we have a coal uploader, so those are all nice. So the dimensional depot is keeping us stocked on both, so I never have to worry about going and fetching sulfur for black powder ever again, so that's awesome. Is stun rebar ammo? Yeah, it's an ammo type. And we also have a steel pipe uploader. So we're gaming, dude. Dimensional Depot's kind of carrying us right now. Let's do 50. 50's a lot. Well, I guess you may as well finish all the black powder you've got, right? True. Did we ever make... the gas mask? We need 50 fabric. Hold on. We just got a bunch of mycelia. So what if we just make 50 fabric real quick? Dollar store shotgun? I think that describes it, yeah. So I'm thinking for our next project, now that the Solid Biofuel Factory is done, I think our next project is probably going to be actually figuring out how to make motors. Because motor, like, do some motor progression, you know? Turns out it's nice having some extra biofuel here. Okay. And with 60 fabric and some copper sheets and some steel pipe, we can make our first gas mask, which I've never actually used. Allows pioneers to breathe normally in toxic gas-filled areas. So is this just a worse Nobelisk? Well, not. It depends on what you're fighting, I guess. It lets you fight the gas spiders easier. If I've never had a problem with them before, but... And then gas filters also take fabric. Cool. We haven't done any excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, we haven't done any ma'am research in a while. Oh, look, we can do high-speed connectors. $500 quick wire and some plastic.
Research completed. High-speed connector recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Okay. Very cool. So now we can get the priority power switch, bullet guidance system, which is not applicable to us, power pole Mark III, which we won't need for a while. The geothermal generator. Yo. Interesting. Very interesting. Programmable splitters are still a ways off. So how do I make high-speed connectors? I need circuit boards. Didn't I loot a bunch of circuit boards? Yeah, I have like 257 just from loot at different wreck sites. They're not, well, hold on. I actually don't have a machine that can craft this yet, because it would require a manufacturer, right? Yeah, and I can handcraft it, of course. Okay, so we haven't learned circuit boards yet. But we will. In oil processing. Basically. So if we're gonna learn how to use them anyways, then I don't really care if I handcraft some now. Because I was wondering, what if I slooped some? What if I slooped some? But I can't sloop them because I don't have a manufacturer yet, so. Ah! You know what I'm saying, chat? Do I want to handcraft all of these? Maybe. I can only make 32. Is that because of my lack of Caterium? We should still have a ton of Caterium. Boom, 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 boom. And then we also need a cable. How is this machine still going with no input resources? It's crazy. Okay, chat. I'm gonna take a BRB a little bit early. Okay, I think Midas needs some water. And I need to do some handcrafting anyways. So I'm gonna mute the game, turn on the music, that way you don't have to listen to the tink, 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 tink. And we're gonna do some silent tink, tink, tink for at least 83 of these. Why only 83? What resource am I short on? Okay, well, let's just go through what we got. I'll BRB. Yo, chat, why did you stop crafting? Did I say you could stop? Get back to work. Hello, gamers. We need more supplies. They're right here, 30 feet away from you. So, what's the excuse? They're right there the whole time. Chat, guess what I've got? I've got a surprise. The promised review of the Oreo limited edition Coca. They only had the diet version. Are they all zero sugar? But I got the Oreo flavored Coke. They did not have the Coke flavored Oreos, sadly. I also wanted to point out that Coke and Oreo are only gonna be besties for a limited time, it says. Besties. Instead of forever, forever is... they're besties, okay? The smell is similar to Coke, but a little bit more... Okay, I only got one good scent. The first thing that came to my mind was cotton candy. It's not cotton candy, but it has like it's like Coca-Cola, but as if you pushed a random button or two on the like Coke dispenser when it asked you if you wanted to mix in flavors. Whoa. I'm trying to taste this. This is very strange. It's difficult to like pinpoint what it actually tastes like. The very first sip tasted like some kind of cough syrup flavor, but that might just be the Diet Coke. It tastes like a Coke float that has completely melted and has been sitting out for like an hour and a half, and it's diluted in its entirety. You know, like there's a faint creamy flavor that I think is supposed to be the Oreo. The Coke flavor is absent mostly. It still has that Diet Coke aftertaste though. So it's like an ice cream Diet Coke float that has been sitting out and melted, and there's not any ice cream. The Diet aftertaste is definitely the worst part about it, but like it's tolerable in Diet Coke because the Coke flavor is still good. I hate Diet Coke too. But I drink it if I have to. And I've been drinking Coke Zero recently. I think this one's supposed to be like that. Absolutely does not taste like Oreo to me. It just tastes like a Coke, it tastes like a vanilla Coke. Somebody mentioned cake icing. I could definitely taste a little cake icing It tastes like a vanilla Coke with some kind of like sugar cookie flavor. Would you buy it again? Absolutely not. It's like a very bad vanilla Coke. Kind of, yeah. Can you mix it with rum or whiskey? You can mix anything with rum or whiskey. No chocolate flavor that I can detect. Just Diet Coke aftertaste with like vanilla with like sugar cookie flavor. Are you allowed to review food without a suit? I don't think so. I need to have my hair more slicked back also. If I had to give this a score, if we set a baseline score, I would say that Diet Coke is a 5 out of 10. So that's my baseline. And since this seems like it's based on Diet Coke, this is definitely like a 4 out of 10, I would say. If regular, like, Coca-Cola, let's say regular Coca-Cola is a 10, like, if on the soft to drink scale, like Coca-Cola and Pepsi are both 10s. They're just like the iconic classics, the standard by which everything else is measured, right? I would say Coke Zero is like a 6, Diet Coke is like a 5, and then this is like a 4. Yeah, no. It's it tastes like medicine to me. My if I leave it sitting for long enough so the flavor dissipates and then I drink it again, my first thought is medicine, which is not the ideal, I think. So 4 out of 10. Now I gotta try the Oreos. I gotta try the Oreos. But hey, while I was gone and we've been crafting, we got some stuff to unlock, dude, that I'm kind of excited about. We need Caterium and 50 motors. I believe we can craft our own motors. I've heard the Oreos taste way more like Coke than the Coke tastes like Oreos. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, weird. And they come in such tiny cans. The Caterium tree. We need 200 pipes. For that, we need 25 and 500 for the priority power switch. Let's do it. Let's get it.
Priority power switch unlocked. This assists with power grid management by automatically powering down specified connections when a grid failure is imminent.
Very cool.
Use it to prioritize power for the most important infrastructure.
Very cool. Now let me make some motors. I think it's worth doing some manual crafting right now. I think it's worth getting some upgrades. We haven't done any of this quote-unquote progression in a little while. So why not now? Well, that's not true. We did get the jetpack. But I want to get some of these Caterium upgrades. We need to make a motor factory. We do need to just straight up make a motor factory, so maybe I should just stop manual craft. Well, we're gonna have no choice anyways. Motor factory is next on the block, which is gonna require us to make stators. And we should make everything else, I believe. We were going to use maybe some alt recipes. I have some more hard drives if I wanted to scan. Where did the rest of those hard drives go? Chat, how's your Tuesday been? What you been gaming on? We just found 2 hard drives out in the wild. I think we have a stack of some more somewhere. Satisfactory, of course. Tired from work, too tired to game. Icarus, Death Stranding, Trains. I broke my car by trying to install a dash cam. I hope you had a recording of your car breaking for your insurance. I hope you had a second dash cam recording the first dash cam's attempt to discombobulate your car. It feels good to be finally done with the factory. We'll do another look at the finished factory, because we're going to be going back in there, because I want to try maybe overclocking all of the buildings, and I want to see what that'll entail. I want to overclock the generators and see how much more fuel they'll need. Space Marine 2 campaign all day. All day. All right, 50 motors. Yeah, Space Marine 2 look fun. So we made 50 motors so that I could unlock... I didn't even know this was down here on this tree until just now. When we got the high-speed connector, I think it was revealed. And it's geothermal generators. We can scan for geysers and build geothermal gens. The only renewable resource in the game. But it's going to cost me 100 high-speed connectors, which we just painstakingly made, 1,000 quick wire, and the 50 motors I just made. I figure why not unlock those as early as possible?
Geothermal generator unlocked. Geysers added to the object scanner. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. When life gives you deadly geothermal vents, run directly towards them and build generators. Use potentially lethal natural phenomena for your own benefit. It's the fix-it way.
Completely agree. Now, Mycelia... Can't finish that one. We did finish... Can't finish that one. Can't finish that one. Got a lot here. If we wanted to part with some hard drives. What if I take some sulfur and some coal? I am nothing if not a completionist. Both of the hard drives that I know where they are. And sure, let's get compacted coal. Gotta give up a hard drive. But I do love researching things.
Compacted coal unlocked. It is physically smaller and more powerful, but its carbon footprint remains enormous. This fuel upgrade can be used in coal-powered generators and vehicles.
Cool. And that's turbo fuel, which we're not going to have for a while. So once you unlock compacted coal, where is it? And second question. Where's black powder? There we go. Yeah, I'll do quick search. Assembler recipe for 5 coal plus 5 sulfur equals compacted coal, a much more efficient alternative to coal used as fuel for vehicles and coal-powered gens. So when it says much more efficient, it just means it lasts longer. I believe. Not suddenly gives you more power. It's a use case for our sulfur, though. But there are a bunch of alt recipes for it. Okay, 1 hundo black powder. And that, plus some plastic that we looted around a wreck site, equals smokeless powder.
Research completed. Smokeless powder recipe unlocked. New sulfur research available for the development of high-end weaponry and ammunition.
Oh, baby. The freaking gun. Explosive rebar. Cluster nobelisks. Oh, snap. Look at all that. Quick question though. What did I just unlock? Don't answer that. Smokeless powder. Produced in nobody knows. Okay, so it's gonna be a while before we use that. But that's okay. I know what the machine is. I'm just being facetious to prove a point. No need to worry about any of that. Oh, if we get some DNA, we could finish this tree too, but I don't really care about that. 50 computers. All right. I think we did everything that we can do. So the two most important bits are the geothermal gens and the priority power switchers. Can be ranked by priority when power production is too low. Switches will start turning off automatically until the power stabilizes, starting with priority group 8. Very, very nifty. And then the geothermal will harness geothermal energy for power, must be built on a geyser. Caution, production fluctuates. On an impure, 50 to 150 megawatts, 100 average. On a normal, 100 to 300, 200 average. And on a pure, 2 to 600 with a 400 average. So, definitely want to combo this with batteries, potentially, so you can take advantage of the high swings. RimWorld players know what's up. Except this is the inverse. In RimWorld, geothermal is the consistent one, and solar and wind is the one that you want batteries for. So, kind of different. But totally craftable with just 10 motors. And it is a big boy. It's a big boy. So we're going to be able to make our first geothermal plant soon. Big. Big. Very, very big. Okay, before we do any of that, I think it would be wise to grab a stack of 50 power shards. And head back over to our completed power plant and maybe take a look at overclocking the generators. We need a place to park out here. Welcome back to Biogen Bastion, chat. Yeah, we might need a parking lot, I think. Be nice if there were speakers that you could like pump that through. That'd be funny. Excuse me, little guy. Coming through. Okay. If I was gonna overclock these, target is 30 megawatts, burning 4 biofuel per minute at peak. Only when it's needed. That's peak consumption. It would go up to 6. So it would actually burn at a proportionate level, which is very interesting. And if you go up another 50% overclock, then it goes to 8. And if you do another one, it goes to 10. Okay, so they burn proportionately. That's interesting, because if you're willing to use power shards, then you can effectively double what you got here. You could actually do 250%, but since we have 25 biomass burners in here, if I'm willing to use power shards, I could turn that into 50, which is like doubling our total potential power, which I think is a good idea, because we have over 100 power shards, and we can get a lot more with the power of sloop technology. So, I say, why not go from 30 target megawatts to 60 target megawatts? The only trick would be, can you supply enough biofuel? Because you're doubling the amount of biofuel that you would need at peak, right? So if you can sustain that, which is not hard with summer sloops, then you've got a ton of power potential. Are you trying to use biofuel for the whole game? Not just biofuel. But 1.0 biofuel is not your grandmother's biofuel. Biofuel is OP now, if you use summer sloops. And this is what the little servicing platforms are for, right here. We're using it right now. Perfect. Missed one? Nope, I just checked all of them. Imagine dissing a guy's grandmother's biofuel. You may not like it, chat, but this is what peak Satisfactory performance looks like. Yeah. If you know if you're in a hurry in Satisfactory, like if you're one of those people who wants to just gotta go fast through progression, Biofuel's a one-stop shop. You don't need coal, you don't need oil. If you're in a hurry, you can skip both of them. It is entirely viable. Summer sloops plus using summer sloops to duplicate power slugs. It's over. But I don't do that because I want to play with all the content. So we're going to have biomass, we're going to have coal, we're going to have oil, we're going to have nuclear, we're going to have all those things. But yeah, if you're actually after efficiency, biofuel is it. Let's worry about in-game power when he's using early game tech. Hey, streamer, I noticed that you just started a new campaign and you're using the biofuel on the back of the hab. Just finished the game yesterday, and this is gonna surprise you, but you're gonna need more than the 2 biofuels that don't even run at full capacity on the back of the hab in order to finish the game. I'm glad I could help. Okay. We need to go to the logistics floor. But anyways, don't worry, Z now. That's just a Factorio refugee. Not what I was getting at. Bye. Bye. All right, we need to update all of these conveyors. Because we got 270 coming in per minute. And this sign is no longer accurate. Wait. Not per burner. Why did I write per burner? That's better. Typo. Typo. Chat, fix the pixels, man. There is a way to fix them. Don't I do? Why did I do that? I wish I would have rather tank that graphic on the right updated, but not the one on the left. What? I would have rather tanked this because now it's gonna reset the count for how long I have been playing in this. It's gonna be like, you've only been playing for 2 hours, and that confuses me. Because, like, no, I've been playing way longer than that. Okay, anyway, let's follow the line. Please note, everything we're doing down here is functional, for functional purposes, not aesthetic purposes at this stage. Okay, we got Mark III lifts. Now on this side, so we got Mark III lifts going into storage. That's the most important bit. Now coming out the other side, before we do this, we actually need to do some math. So if we're taking... Uh, 8 per burner times 25. 200. Okay. Total solid biofuel equals 200 per minute. Okay, and then, so it's 8 per minute per burner. So we're only making 120. So I need to get the 120 to sustain this up to a potential total of 200. Okay, let's handle that real quick. So this one right here. We need to chuck on... Oh, I didn't bring more slug boys. Okay, let's go get a few slug boys. Excuse, sir. This is insurance fraud. Okay. Now, if we have 120, how much do we need to overclock to get to up to 200? We need to do two slugs? I guess I can just set the desired output. Wait, not the logistics floor, you goober. It's not where I need to go. Okay, here we go. So, if our target output... Actually, no, we're doubling it. Oh yeah, because of sloops. So whatever I type in as our target production, the sloop just doubles it. So I only need 80, which means I only need 40 more. So my target output is 100. And then that... Oh wait, I can only get to 90. Okay, so I do need 2. So I do need 2. But my target output's 100, which will take us to 200 per minute, which is enough to feed the entire factory indefinitely. But now we need 200 biomass per minute on the other side. Which is not hard. Because that's 300 per minute by itself. That's 600 per minute without doing anything else. And then this is only 120 per minute. Through leaves. And I could use another power shard if I wanted. But I'd have to use more than one. All right, I mean, that's plenty. Let's just use one power shard to overclock this. It's not using any power while idle, so. Okay, and then back down to logistics. And we track this down. So, step one is... Wait, how many leaves are going in now? Timeout. Look, this is why I have 2 exits. To go up and down. Number of leaves. 180 per minute. Okay. 180 per minute. To 180 per minute out. So if we need 180 per minute in and out, that needs Mark III belts. Okay. And then you're gonna need Mark III belts coming out the side here. And then each of these is going to have like, that's 300 per minute out, 600 per minute out. So yeah, you want max speed belts going into this merger from all sides, and therefore max speed. What is our current max speed going in here? Because it can take, it only needed 120 per minute in, but we just upped that to 200, I believe. Should be 200 per minute out. Therefore, we need a Mark III, and we need to do Mark III elevator. On the top side as well. Cool, cool, cool. All right, that's fixed. And so since we need 200 solid biofuel per minute, that needs to be Mark III. And then these areas also. Why doesn't it maintain the paint? Okay, and then once it splits, it probably shouldn't matter anymore. Or at least you can go to like Mark II belt here. Okay, well that's not... Making sure that this factory can actually be functional. We spent all the work to make it do stuff. Okay, boom. So, now just the pain of repainting. Which I feel like you shouldn't have to do, but what do I know? If you're upgrading something directly, it probably should just maintain the same paint that it was before. Okay. Imagine if you couldn't slide under belts, dude. Did we get them all? Nope. Caught one. All right, I think that's good. We should be ready for double power now. Going up from 750 megawatts to a potential energy of 1500 megawatts after doing that upgrade, and we have a little bit of overhead for another, because we just doubled it from 750. We should have enough room for another like 300, 400 megawatts, I believe, if we wanted. If we wanted to use 25 more slugs. Okay, now we basically, chat, this is gonna sound confusing, but it's true. We effectively just made a second identical power plant to this one. Right? Because if we had this power plant and it had 25 biofuel gens, and then you double the potential power of all 25, you just made an extra power plant. We just made a second one in like 10 minutes. The first one took 4 days, but the second one took like 10 minutes. Now a third one. Well, I can only do 50% more from that. Slugging and slooping. Slugging and slooping. I want to see if you take damage, if this just like drops you. I think it does. I feel like this is the first way that we tried this. Ow, yeah. It's all because of just like the straightaway right here before dumping you, it picks up too much speed. It needs like an incline before that. Cause Mazatan, thanks for the kind words, dude. Appreciate ya. Jelly? Oh yeah, let me just add a full-size block to this tiny area in order to stop the fall damage. Yeah, no, it's easy, dude. Probably fine. Point it to the glass to slow down. I mean, the way it was before was fine. It just like yeets you into the rail. They're gonna be a little silly because they're hypertubes. I like the jump up. The reason why the jump up is fun and functional is because you can't accidentally take the wrong hypertube. The hypertubes that are on the ground are prone to you bumping into them and then going on an accidental adventure. And I think that these look cooler too, where it's like a elevator choice that you make. Of like, what floor do you want to go up? Ow. It doesn't do that much damage. But it's just enough. You know what'd be funny? If you put like... I'm not gonna... Okay. What if like right next to it? You put a table with complimentary berries. Oh, you take a little damage? That's okay. Just heal it. Can you put a bag of concrete on the ground to land on? But if it boosts you up, then you just get auto sucked through the tube. We have a similar problem here, where I think the rear terrace one also does damage. Ow. Alright. Back to how it was. However, that doesn't mean that it can't have like a little See? That's... This is what I'm trying to avoid. That is exactly what I'm trying to avoid right there. Is 2 signs here too much? I feel like you can't see the first sign from an angle. Maybe you just don't need this one and you just do that one. Okay. More signs. Anywho, yeah, this the factory's capacity should now be doubled, except for one thing that I almost forgot. I need to upgrade the actual elevators on this side, because they're old and stinky. Well, look at you. Most of these already are. These are just Mark IIs. The only one here that really needs to be Mark III is the leaves. Okay. And then the outputs on these need to be also Mark III. Therefore, the input and the output needs to be Mark III here. Boom. Okay. And then the input on the leaves needs to be also Mark III. Those are easy ones to forget, to be honest, and then nothing works accordingly, because this only needs 60 per minute, which a Mark I is perfectly capable of, and this only needs 15 per minute. So we should be good. I think I upgraded top side, bottom side, all of it. It should be ready to support 1500 megawatts. So yeah, that was not an aesthetic upgrade, okay? It's still done. I just needed to make sure it could work twice as efficiently as we originally set it up. I just noticed a little car going around like a droid. Yeah. Yeah, we did a little vanity upgrades here and there for sure. Okay, cool. So we should have a lot more power overhead. Yeah, now our capacity is 1930 megawatts right now. It's actually going to be higher once we get the coal sorted. There's only one other thing that I wanted to do in this, and something we couldn't do until now anyways, and that's priority power switch, maybe? Like, should I just replace the power switch with a priority power switch? Is there a reason to have both? Like the little power switch, I wish you could just look at this and upgrade it. You can. What? Genius developers? My wish came true. They patched it in live. So it took the circuits, some steel beams, and some deuterium. So this thing is just even better. So this is Biogen Bastion power switch. I don't know if I need to identify it as power switch. And then you can put it in whatever priority group you want, right? So priority group 8 are the first ones that turn off in case of emergencies, yes? And then priority group 1 is the one we want all of our power producers? Hey, that's me. Oh, you're Bastion too. I thought you were saying you were a Satisfactory dev. Banner Bastion. Maybe you are. I don't know. Now, what does this do? What does the switch here do? What's your opinion on biogens? Wait, is that where I turned it off? Just now? So it's... Is it on or off? Because this says on, that says off. So is that off? No, that's on. Why are Yeah, I just cratered the power temporarily. Why are these backwards? Off should be here, on should be there. Probably. Would you say it is satisfying to build factories in this game? I would, yes, I would. So this just lets you remotely turn on and off things. Now, if I don't do anything else and my power spikes and overloads, will this plant stay on? Because it's on the priority power? Would have been hilarious to immediately shut down the grid. Maybe I did shut down the grid, but then this stayed on because of the priority power. No, it will be the first to go off because it's priority. What? What? Priority power switches can be ranked. When production is low, switches will start turning off automatically, starting with group 8. So if I put the rest of the factory on a different priority other than 1, then this will be the only one that stays on. I just have to hook up all my factories with priority power switches. So you saying it's the first to go off is very misleading. Because it's the only one connected right now, but that makes it sound like 1 is the first one to go off. Okay, I figured it out by reading the tooltips. Now... leave it, keep playing, and be confused when it shuts off later. What's up, Alco? Yeah, we spent 4 straight days working on the factory. Hopefully it looks good. But we've done some progression today, actually, and done some exploring. And now it's time to find where the heck the rest of my hard drives are stashed. I don't know why that's even there. Unless I died and lost them. Did I put them in the dimensional depot? Maybe. Yeah, I did. Oh, okay. Whoops. Whoops. Mobby. Okay. It's time to think about stators. We have quick wire stators if we want. And it's time to think about motors, which I feel like we may have an option. Oh, we have this stupid one. Rigor Motors needs crystal oscillators. Yeah, I don't think I want to make crystal oscillators. I don't even think I can right now. Crystal oscillators are kind of a pain, dude. They need quartz, cable, and reinforced plate. I don't even have manufacturer unlocked yet, bro. How am I gonna, I can't even make those. All right, sure. Scan another drive. We got 6. No need to hoard. Biocoal, cheap silica. We've already got iron plates. Caterium wire was a maybe. Okay. So, not rotor. We do make rotors already, so that's great. Stators will require either pipes and wire or pipes and quick wire. Which means no matter what we end up doing, we're going to have to do something with either copper or caterium. Those are our 2 choices. Now, you could just do iron wire, I guess. That's true. But I think we were going to try fused wire. The steel rotor might be doable. Dude, I don't need rotors. We can make 60 rotors per minute at Big Iron already. It's all set up. It's done. It's not done. I need to upgrade all of the belts. But they're there. King, your factories look great. No, you look great, chat. Probably, I don't know. I like your username color schemes. Good job. Good job all picking cool color schemes. The problem we're going to run into is we don't make encased yet. Which is not a problem for motors. But it will be. My mom picked it for me. So default recipe is 10 rotors per minute and 10 stators per minute equals 5 motors per minute. Standard. We also need rotors to make, if we wanted to make smart plates with the factory, and then potential future offerings. Okay. So let's say we have a potential of 60 rotors per minute. How many of those do we want to divert to motors? I would say, I'm thinking 40. Do you think that's too much? If we end up going with the stock recipe? Do you think diverting 40 out of 60 potential rotors per minute to make 20 motors per minute and then having 20 rotors left over? Because with that, we'd be making 20 motors per minute, which is pretty decent. It's not future-proof, but it's pretty decent. And then we would need 40 stators per minute also. Which means we'd either need 8 default assemblers or 5. Actually, that fits in nicely. Exactly 5 for the quick wire recipe. Yeah, motors are going to be important going forward for sure. They're used for the entire progression for this tier. 50 motors, 100 motors, 200 motors, 250 motors, and then they're used in like a lot of oil and other stuff in the future. So they're going to be good to have. I'm just worried if I'm leaving enough rotors for the future, I guess. Like we'll have 20 extra per minute. That's still a lot per minute. So, to make stators, are we going to do wire or quick wire? So those are our two options. With quick wire, we have either fused or regular. Fused requires so much copper that I think we agreed that it was a bad idea. But it was interesting because copper is right on top of the deuterium. It's just like, to me, you save 4.5 deuterium per minute, but you spend 37.5 copper, which is like, to me, an insane amount. And you get 50% more quick wire, which is neat, but I don't know if 30 extra quick wire is worth 37 copper ingots when we're already using copper in our iron production. And we're already using it in copper sheets inside of big iron as well for the synergistic alt recipes. So in my mind, I feel like I just want to go for default quick wire out of those two. Because we got this copper node right here. By the way, daily new player tip that you can see what purity ores are once you scan them on the map. So we got normal, impure, and then we're already using the pure one. I don't think we're using 100% of the pure one. Also, going along with that, when you scan, this ping will only show you the 3 closest nodes. So if you want to get different nodes to scan, you have to get out of range of the most distant one and into the range of a different one for it to come up on your pings. So you can only see the 3 closest. And sometimes they'll be in clusters. So it's the 3 closest clusters of nodes. Because some people were like, no, I see 6 of them because there's 3 over here and 3 over there. It's because they're in the individual cluster. Ow. Ow. What are these two doing over here? What are you guys doing, man? You just feel tall? You trying to go up the elevator? Screaming at the sky? Just yelling into the void? Okay, now the hard part. Actually making some decisions. If you do quick wire stators, you get 60% more stators per minute for only 1 extra pipe, which is interesting. And if I look and see how many pipes we anticipate making at max, our peak pipe production right now is 200 steel pipes per minute. At peak. Which does not divide evenly. But times 5 would equal 80. And then we have 120 left over. And then at 10 would be 160. That'd be a lot of stators. So far, stators are pretty much the only thing we really need pipe for, but same fluctuators. And then there'll be more. There'll be more. Hello, a hard drive has been scanned. We've learned an alternate for encased industrial pipe and an alternate for compacted steel ingot. Well, steel ingot, you're too late, bro, because I already make you. But it's 5 iron ore per minute and 2.5 compacted coal. Oh, you got to make compacted coal. Okay. Yeah, we're already doing the other one. And then encased, this is 24 pipe and 20 concrete per minute equals 4 encased. 24, 20, and 4. So the default one makes 6 per minute, but uses more steel beams and less and more concrete. So basically, do you have more steel beams or do you have more concrete? I think is what it's asking. Not really something I need to worry about right now. I think I want to look up, chat, I know this is bad, but I'm going to look at the wiki. I'm looking at it. You can't stop me. Before you can even deface, I will already be there. Okay. We're good. I wanted to make sure that the alt recipe that we don't have is something we can't even get until like tier 7 for motors. So I'm not going to hold out hope for another motor recipe. And therefore, we are stuck with the... I think the default recipe is what we're going to be stuck with, and I think that's fine. It's not that complicated. I like that he's actually patient and not immediately choosing a recipe. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, if it grabs me. In this case, I think we're going to go standard recipe, and I'm probably going to divert 40 out of my 60 rotors to make motors. I'm just wondering if I should do more. But I also want to make smart plates in the future, and I can always make more rotors, you know. But I'm going to want to make smart plates, and I'm going to want to make other juice. Is it possible to get every alt recipe? Yeah. There's more than enough hard drives on the map. It would take you a while to find them, but you can't get... Recipes are gated by what tier of progression you're in, so you can't unlock all of them up front. Is it possible that if I wanted to make a smart plate factory, I should just make rotors on site there and then divert 50 out of my 60 rotors for use in motors, and then I have 10 left over at this factory for just like whatever? I don't know. Because I could grab the rotors from Big Iron. Because here's the thing. I have 60, up to 60 rotors per minute right now. That's not actually how many we're making. That's how many we can make if everything is upgraded. I'm worried that there's going to be one of two outcomes. Either outcome one, we use all of our resources, and then I don't have any available for just myself, for like, you know, building regular buildings when you need rotors. And then I have to go find them in the factory. That's not what I want. So I need to leave some just for everyday use. And then I do want to make smart plates. You can make 2 smart plates per minute, which is a 2 rotor per minute input as well. So I either... I'm debating out of the 60, do I use 50 for motors or 40 for motors? Because what if I left... If I left 20 available for a smart plate factory, then I don't have to do rotors on site, and I can just take them from Big Iron to where they need to go. You could even have a truck whose sole purpose is to make 3 stops with rotors. You could pick them up from Big Iron, pick up at Big Iron, drop off at the motor factory, drop off at the smart plating factory, go pick up more rotors in a 3-stop triangle. Which is also interesting to me. And I guess in the future we could overclock Big Iron. Like it would take a lot of slugs. I'm just worried that I'm not going to allocate enough and we're going to be like, damn, I wish I had more motors. I wish I had more motors, man. I guess we cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, I think I'm going to do 40 for motors and save 20 for either smart plating or my own devices. No, I don't like that solution, Poison BL. I don't like that. I don't like using items from Dimensional Depot and then my entire supply chain is screwed up. Because it's diverting resources that are supposed to be reserved for a chain. And then it's like those overview traffic stops where you see one car brake and then suddenly a giant traffic jam manifests behind them. There's way too many butterfly effects there. Okay, sorry, I'm just thunking. So if we're gonna make stators, I needed to figure out how many my goal for how many motors per minute I want. My goal for motors per minute is going to be either 20 per minute or 25 per minute. Maybe I should look at some motor recipes real quick, and that might help me decide. Most recipes that have motors require an even number of motors, and then alt recipes sometimes have an odd number. So an even number would be better. In general. Okay, so 20 would be better than 25. Unless you wanted to have extra for your own personal storage. And then that would be fine too. We can always overclock later. And then that'll save 20 rotors per minute for a smart plate factory, which I definitely will want eventually. Okay, let's just go with that. Let's go with that. Let's lock that in. So we're already making the rotors. Half of this is done. So we need to figure out how to make stators. And we'll need to make 40 stators per minute. So we could do that cleanly with quick wire. Or we can make wires. So let me do the math. We need 5 times 6. We need 300 quick wire per minute to do it this way, which would take 5 quick wire constructors times 12 ingots per minute. Is 60 times 5, so it actually comes back around to 300. If I did my quick math correctly, which I may not have, we would need 300 Caterium ore with default recipes per minute, which is a lot. That's a lot, bro. Like, we only have one normal node right here. And then we have a normal node there, and then the next normal node is hella far away. Woof. Pure. There's a pure node over there, though. That's a lot. That's a lot of Caterium. Unless I weave in copper to make this even more complicated. If I weave in copper, I can save on a ton of Caterium, but we will need Omega copper. So let's calculate the copper drain on this. So if I need, the other problem is if I need 300 quick wire, 90 does not go into 300 evenly to make that more confusing. So it'd be 300 divided by 90 times 37.5. 3.33 times 37.5. 124.875. 124.875 ingots of copper. Okay. So let's do some math. How much, what's our max copper ingot output at our copper ingot? We have a copper ingot foundry. Actually, let's go take a look. Wee. Bonk. Come on, bro. You got this. Don't give up now. Don't let these tractors bully you. Coming through. Why is that light red? We're gonna have to redo this whole road. Chat, remember the old part of the base? I guess it's old now. It was the new, oh shit. Well, now I'm stuck here forever. This was the new hotness at one point. Well, I'll take that. Remember how proud we were of this little room? Oh, how cute. Remember how proud we were of this little basin down here? So cute. So innocent. It needs a light. Or 2. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. We were waiting on lights because we didn't have steel, if memory serves. Probably just gonna do this quick and dirty because I'd rather have a light control for every single one of these rooms, but I don't feel like doing all that right now. But I can get a light on. Perfect timing. But yeah, even just adding a little bit of light to some of these spots. Oh man. Even just adding a little bit of light to some of these spots makes a big difference. It's clipping. Don't run me over, bro. Be cool. Oh, dude. You gonna be like that? Maybe we need the wall-mounted floodlights instead. He's getting distracted again. This is not why we came over here. What would the best spot for wall-mounted floods be? On these, maybe? Or does that ruin the vibe, man? My question is, how do I remember how many ticks I did on each light? I feel like that's lined up. Maybe just 1 tick. Why does it change? All right, those should be lined up. How much power do you think we're using on lights alone? Throughout our base. There might be a better way to hide the cables besides just clipping them through the wall. Which you can do. I mean, I'm not... It's growing on me. Like, if you just did... Because that's a lot of power nodes. You could do this, where you go boom, and then go hee hee hee, you'll never notice, but it's on the other side of the wall. It's a secret. Or you could even just keep it. Totally normal thing to do, though. Like, there's nothing wrong with this. Cable hiding just isn't worth the aesthetic. Normally not, yeah. I do think that it makes sense that in some places you wouldn't just be hanging the cable from the wall. And you would be trying to hide it to some extent. It's like sometimes it makes sense. Because it's a safety hazard, dude. It is a safety hazard. Yeah, they go through walls IRL. My cabling is beautiful as long as you don't look inside my foundations and beams. I wish these were pointing a little bit more to the right, but I think this is good. Been wanting to get this lit up for a while. Okay, the reason we came over here, if you recall, was to count how many copper ingots we're capable of making. We should be capable of making 500 copper ingots per minute with a maxed setup here, which is an insane amount. This is the copper foundry on the edge of the world. One day, it'll be a beautiful building too. This actually might be a good choice for building to work on aesthetically, because it isn't very big, and it is currently just a box for now. And its neighbor over here is gathering up iron ore for us. And we have this waterfall side delivery depot where we take copper ore from a pure node. This was probably like our first little, let's try and do something aesthetically corner. It's so cute. And so old now. But yeah, it's a pretty cool spot. Anyway, we're doing like a hybrid. Where we take 50% copper and 50% iron to make twice as much copper ingots. So to make 500 copper ingots, we only need 250 copper ore per minute. And at 250 copper ore per minute, we only need a miner Mark II on a pure node to get 240, and then a little bit of overclocking, and you're there. And then we just haul that over Snake Way. That's what Snake Way's for. Which we're eventually gonna have to rebuild. You realize that, right? This bad boy right here, now that we know how to do curved roads. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to redo Snake Way. That's probably gonna be like a 2-stream affair at some point. But for now it works, so we leave it alone. Either way, we've already got the power to get 500 ingots per minute. That's the main thing. Now, the question, of course, is can a small tractor sustain 500 ingots per minute? And that, I do not know. Probably not, but maybe. Maybe. We can optimize this for a truck in the future, or just move this guy up top, or whatever it is we need to do. I'm ready for 4 days of bridge building. Let's go! Let's go! Okay, so if we've already got the ingots, you might be like, why are you looking at all that? Why are we over here? I thought we were making motors. Well, it's funny you ask. I was actually looking at possibly making quick wire with the help of copper ingots. Because it's either that or we make stators with pipe and wire, and then wire might also use Caterium. Okay, so which is better? Chad, I gotta write this down. Hold on. I gotta write this freaking down, man, because I'm getting confused. I'm getting confused. Okay. Stators. Stator factory options. Option 1. Let's pursue option 1 first. Option 1 first. Desired output of stators is 40 per minute. Okay. To achieve 40 per minute, we can use recipes default. This will entail 8 assemblers at 100%, or and also as far as base materials, this will require 15 steel pipe per minute per assembler and 40 wire per minute per assembler. Totals would be 15 times 8 for pipes, which is 120. And wire would be 40 times 8, which is 320. Okay, so we already have 200 pipes per minute, right? So we'd have 120 of those reserved. We can make 200 pipes per minute. We're gonna need more power at some point during this operation. But let's track already making up to 200 steel pipe per minute. And then for wire's its own rabbit hole. I think we'd be using fused wire. So to make wire, we would need we need 320 per minute out of 90, which is 3.55. Assemblers using fused wire. Okay, so we need 3.55 times 12 copper ingots per minute. That turns into 42.66 copper ingots per minute total. And 3.555 times 3 Caterium ingots per minute. Okay, so that's 10. Sorry, chat. I noticed there's a bunch of people OG. 10.665 Caterium ingots per minute total. And then the Caterium ingots would be 10.665. So basically, it'd be less than 45 Caterium per minute. So 45 divided by 10.665. Wait, no. Be 10.665 divided by 45. Wait, no. No, it'd be 10.665 divided by 15 times 45. Bam. All right, so we need roughly 32 Caterium per minute with this. Caterium ore, which isn't that much. And then the copper ingots, we already have out of 500 potential copper ingots per minute. Boom. So, all right, first recipe has been deduced. Now we go back to stators and check the non-default recipe. Okay, so if my desired output is 40, then we need 5 assemblers per minute for, this is quick wire stator. Okay, so we need 5 assemblers at 100%, so there's 3 fewer. And this is going to be 16 steel pipe per minute per assembler, which are going to translate into 16 times 5, which is 80. So much fewer pipe. 80 pipe per minute, already making up to 200 steel pipe per minute. Okay, and then it'll be 5 times the other, which is quick wire. So we need 300 quick wire, which is crazy, to make the same amount. Now, the quick wire is where it gets somewhat dastardly. Because we have 2 different recipes to make 300 quick wire per minute. Let's do option 1 first, which is 60 times 5 constructors needs 60 Caterium ingots per minute. There's a gnat in here. Where the hell did a gnat come from? All I have, you know what? It's this limited edition Oreo zero sugar garbage. It's the only can, cup, food, beverage, anything in my entire office right now. Why would a gnat be in here? Okay, so if we need 60 Caterium ingots per minute with the top recipe, that's 4 times 45. Which is 180. So it's 180 Caterium ore per minute. All right. And then option 2. Oh, for quick wire. Option 2 is fused quick wire. Which is 90 per minute. And I need 300. So yeah, that's where you get the 3.33. And therefore that's going to be 7.5 Caterium ingots per minute times 3.33. Which is 25. All right, so 25 ingots. And then 37.5 copper ingots per minute times 3.33. $124.875. Jesus. All right, and then tracing the ingots back. We would only need half of 45 ore per minute, so 22.5 Caterium ore per minute in one smelter. Okay, chat. So, you want to see my notes? Take a look. So here's the final totals here. Final total is, to use the default recipe, both of these to achieve 40 staters per minute. This is real factory making, that's right. Both of these will achieve 40 staters per minute. And I didn't double check my math, but I'm pretty sure it's right. The default recipe will need 8 assemblers and a total of 120 pipes per minute versus 5 assemblers and 80 pipes per minute. All right, so this is 33% fewer pipes, or this is 50% more pipes, depending on how you look at it, because percentages are stupid. So this is significantly fewer pipes. However, the catch is, this one needs 40 wire per minute per assembler, so we have to make 320 wire per minute. And then the 320 wire per minute equals 3.55 assemblers. And so bottom line is trying to misspell Caterium. The bottom line is that this needs 42.5 copper ingots per minute total and 10.6 Caterium ingots per minute total. Okay? To make the wire. But this one, while you save on pipe, goes from 42 copper ingots per minute all the way up to 124 copper ingots per minute. So it's a 4x on copper ingots per minute with quick wire stators. And the amount of quick wire that you save, you still need, with this, you still need 32 Caterium ore. This one, you only need 22 Caterium ore. So you only save 10 Caterium ore, and you spend 4x on copper ingots to make quick wire. Both of these use copper and Caterium. One of them makes copper wire, and one of them makes quick wire. So really, it's just a matter of how much do you care about 40 pipes per minute? Because you can get 40 pipes per minute back if you're willing to dump 4 times the amount of copper into this recipe. Or you can spend 50% more pipes and barely spend more Caterium. It's more Caterium, you need to multiply the last number. Oh, did I miss one? Okay, chats, this is why I showed you my notes. You can check my math. I may have forgotten the last Caterium one. Because fused quick wire is 3.33 assemblers times 90 quick wire per minute, which is 299.7, which is, yeah, that's the 300, which is 25. We need 25 Caterium ingots per minute. Okay. So 25 divided by 15 times 45. Okay, yeah, so it's 75 Caterium ore per minute. Which would be 2 smelters. Or 1.66. 1.66 smelters. So it's worse. It's even worse. Like, I already think Quickwire Stators is bad. So yeah, that goes up to 75 Caterium ore per minute and 1.66 smelters. So you spend over twice as much Caterium ore per minute. You spend 4 times the amount of copper ingots. But you save 40 steel pipes per minute. To me, I've already got 200 pipes per minute. I think I'd rather just use them instead of trying to do all of this. Right? Well, we do have, oh, hello. We have the 300 quick wire using option 1. Option 1 is 180 Caterium ore per minute, which is only insane if you don't want to go... Like, you could solve the Caterium by just making it that distant pure Caterium node. And still save 200, like, or 40 pipes per minute. If you wanted to do a logistic trip all the way out to that pure Caterium node, basically. Let's go see where it is. But I got the math on paper, so I just need to make sure to save it. Saved. Where's my... Oh, I deleted my truck. Bro, pedestrians always have the right of way. Chill, man. I like that it auto puts the coal fuel inside. Honk. Honk. All right, let's go take a little trip over there and see what kind of location it's in. Do a little scouting. A reason to use the Explorer. And take a little adventure. Beep. Anyone else notice the audio randomly cuts out sometimes while driving the Explorer? It's gotta be a bug. I only notice it with the Explorer. I will say, despite my initial misgivings, This thing really does get around better than the tractor. 100%. I think it's much less fuel efficient though. But that's what dimensional depots are for, I think. Because we've already burned a quarter of a tank already. That didn't take long. Okay, we need to go across this bridge, which I don't think we've been on. Yeah, no, we have. We must have destroyed some stinkies out here. Summer Sloop? Is that you? Oh, I see you. Dude, Jetpack might actually let us grab some of the things we couldn't get before. Oh dear. All right, let's just do it. Yeah. Finally getting to do, put the jetpack to the test. We've done it the hard way for so long. Literally 200 hours. Chonky boy. He just ran. Sorry, little dude. I know that was kind of mean of me. The stink is gone, but the fart lines linger.
Attempt number 7,853,206. Are you there?
Orchestral tuning.
Ah, good. I think I understand better now.
Your curves are beautiful.
How inappropriate. Tell me more.
Your mimic tapestry follows the pattern. It swallows temples. It is harmonious.
If I could blush, I would.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so they're flirting now. So it would seem. Now there's a Mercer down there? Okay, I'm not going down there right now. Hard drive? There is a hard drive over there. Dude, the jetpack is crazy, man. I could just go yeet. Oh man, you can go hella far. Whoop. Listen here, man. Okay, don't kill me, please. That would be embarrassing. There's not a lot of room to do the normal dodge attack that I do, but that's fine. We got there. Well, well, well. I will take some motors. And some silica. And some heavy modular frames. And some rubber. Don't care about the quick wire. Rip my bit rate. Oh man, they picked up 27 motors and you need 30 to open this? Okay, well, at least I got 27. That saves me a lot. I will simply make the rest myself. Just 3 motors shy. Almost out of stators. Did you not use the jetpack before? Yeah, But, you know, when you the reason why it's fun to play things slowly and earn upgrades is because you actually feel the upgrade. When you play a certain way for 170 hours, then you get an upgrade and you overwrite your muscle memory. When you expect a standard way of playing something and you skip to content, you don't know what an upgrade feels like because all you know is the default way. So you don't get any dopamine. You just get upset if you don't have perceived must-haves fast enough. It's like being a rat in one of those experiments that just hits the dopamine button so fast you can't feel anything anymore. It's like opening 500 card packs in a row. Okay, where do we go next? We got I need to mark the hard drive off the map. Also, why did the sky get gray? I went into the wrong biome. Okay, it's on this rock. I've been marking all of my found hard drive spaces with a little cherry. That way, if I see them from afar, I can just pop open the map. And check before I have to go double check. I didn't mean to come over here for this stuff, but if it's over here, then it's over here. Hello, boys. Little party. Maybe if I just spawn in 15 of them, then there'll be a challenge. Okay, and I don't want to go in the cave, man. I'm here for a specific reason. Okay, I'll go in the cave. I'll go in. That's probably what I'm looking for right now anyway. Ooh, a shortcut. And a lizard. 2 lizard doggos? What? What the hell? It's like a lizard doggo cove. Oh, super radiation. All right, pop that open. And let's mark it all down. One of those days, chat. Oh, look at that. I recognize this place. All you can do is shake my head, Vorpal dude. That's all you can do. This is our concrete factory over there. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. All right. We came over here to get this summer sloop. Out in force today. They're out in force today. I've been there. I know where that is. That's the light that's supposed to keep that one rad hog from spawning. Look, my tractor. That's so crazy and surreal to see it from all the way up here. How did I even loop back around to this? All right, let's go find our The Mercer that way, though, chat. There is a Mercer that way. I hear it. I sense it. Its call grows louder, like the birds yawning up at the sky. Not having to build ladders everywhere anymore.
Names to the altar and chant.
Sorry about this, poison plants. I'm sure it's just a defense mechanism, but why are you carefully positioned around the thing that I want? Unless you were put there on purpose. Chad, do coal generators take power to run? No, but your water extractors do. So, if you're having problems, it's because your water extractors need power so your coal can make power. Nice hit. Nice hit. Yeah. How did I even get over here, man? I don't know, but it's fun. Now, it could be both fun and beautiful with one small update. Yes, one small update to my renderer. That could save me from looking out over what should be a beautiful vista and seeing instead the large, spiky pyramids in the distance. Could all be so easy. Oh, there's our little docking station. So I accidentally changed all the lights to red. That's funny. Okay, where the hell is... There's my Explorer. Okay, back this way then. Whee! Ooh, purple slug. Hello there. We just used 50 power cells today. So I could definitely stand to do with some more slugs. Hello? Hello? Someone. Oh my god, there's just slugs everywhere, dude. Okay. I didn't mean for this. And yet... Oh. Woo! Bro! What the hell? I saw that little trick. Yeah. Ow! Where did the first one go? Where did he go? That almost blew me up. He's immune. Where did the first one yeeted himself off the cliff, I think. Oh, there we go. They shoot rocks now? They do. Apparently they spawn out of rocks as well. Beep, 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 beep. You're right on top of it. All right, there was a sloop around here also. But now it's quite far. Probably in that cave. Okay, let's just keep going back to the Explorer. Unless we find a hard drive. You guys were not there a minute ago, bro. Now you can't hurt me. Theoretically. Nor can I hurt you. Perfectly balanced. Okay, we were here looking for Caterium? Somewhere? Beep. Oh, it's way further than I thought it was, yeah. Okay, well, let's see what else pings over here. Yeah, that's back home. Those are the same three. Okay, that's not a great sign. So, if I saw a use case for trains, this is it. Though that's gonna take a hell of a train track. Dude, look at DirectX 11, man. Look how they massacred my boy. There was another big one. The funny part is I could just jump down there. I would just have to figure out how to come back. Hello. There's all sorts of goodies in this little area. They went crazy in this one. Careful. Ooh, careful. Okay, where do I want to go then? Because this way is a kind of a dead end. All right, I'll bite. What's in there? I'll look. What's in there? Possibly a shortcut. Oh. All right, chat. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Hold on. Yo. Sorry for the AFK, but I am back. Just kidding. Actually, chat, I gotta wrap up early because I am needed. I have to go somewhere before 9 p.m. Alice needs me, so I am going to just take today as a short day, and then I will be back tomorrow. But I gotta do something last minute, and then I will be back for another one tomorrow. But we got 5 good hours, so I'm gonna save right here. He is not still overclocking biomass. He's still searching for Caterium. But yeah, you guys have had 21 days out of 22 days. So Alice needs me, and I will be back tomorrow, okay? I was 50-50 on taking today off anyways. I'll be back. I'll catch you guys probably like 2 p.m. Pacific tomorrow, okay? We're just gonna send you on out into the void. Thanks again, Aku, for the 59 months. Night 757 for the sub. White to be shears. I appreciate you guys. Sorry I missed you earlier. And good night, Parkside with the tier 2. Okay. Sorry for the impromptu, but everything's good, and I will see you again tomorrow. Okay? Night night. Sleep tight.